we're not implementing the redstone block, neither the torch or the redstone or the repeater. Repeater also works. It even has a delay. Neither the comparator or the buttons. Or the buttons. Or the lever. We are at the tripwire. Currently, when I place the tripwire, it's on the north-south axis. I want it to be also on the east-west, because here I'm. Look at how it's like that. It only works in this direction. It's not that big of an issue. We can make the more important focus for this 1 hour session is to have them be able to connect. This is the most important part. And we can actually compare with Minecraft. Take the string. And here as well, when we place the string, nothing happens. We need only when another block is placed, and then they are connected. And it powers all of that. So when does this connection actually happen is my question. In my game, I place them, and look, it's not when it's placed close to this. Look, I place it close to this and nothing happens. It's when I place it close to, it has a neighbor, the tripwire, and it has a connection. I need to check that through the code some way. And when that happens, it needs to change the state of these ones. That's what I'm going to figure out in this one. The going through it and powering adjacent redstone should be quite simple. My main issue is this part. So it should be on placement. I have in my code, where is the tripwire? Now, blocks, and let's see the tripwire. I have the callbacks for on placement. That's what I'm thinking of. Because here with on placement, and it should do some kind of a check. And that check should be to get all of the neighbors. This neighbor is tripwire, and this neighbor is tripwire hook. Oh, not you, man. Get away. There is another situation. Like, I placed it here, but what if it's here and it still works? So it doesn't matter if the neighbor is tripwire hook. Okay, let's first get all the neighbors. Let's get all the neighbors. So it should be on placement. Have the current position. Can I font size? I have the current position. So I'll get the neighbor. Let's here. Okay, I'll get the neighbors. I'll get the neighbors for this guy when I place it, this is one of the neighbors, this is the other. Here we have air, and here we have air. So we have to check the type. We can create a function. What should it be called? Let's, for now, check neighbor. I don't care about the name. Neighbor position. And here we'll go over, check neighbor, position details. I'll go over, I can go up and down. Do we need to go up and down? Yeah, we can place tripwire up and down, but I don't see if we're going to need. So it should be just the north, east, south, and west. Which one to start? Go north. So we'll check the north neighbor position. So 4 positions: north, south, east, and west. So for each of these positions, I need, let's get the data of the block. And now we have the block data. What we can do is we can check the type. So if the data ID is tripwire. So the issue is I have many tripwire types because of the many different tripwire models, but we can solve this by getting the block class of it. Get block, and we can check if block is tripwire. Was it like that? Block class is tripwire. How was it, man? Java check if class is instance of instance of tripwire. So if the neighboring block is tripwire, now what? We're getting the neighbors when we place tripwire. And for example, we see that this neighbor is tripwire and this neighbor is tripwire. But we need to go even deeper, because if we place tripwire and the neighbor is tripwire, that doesn't mean anything. We need the entire connection to have tripwire hooks on both sides. Sort. We need to do some cleansing in this world. We need to go to either end. What I can do is I can go to I can travel across these ones and call their update callback. I have, in addition to the on placement callback, I have other callbacks I can use. So here, if it's tripwire, I can say like for the neighbor position on update, I can update the block. not an issue. But what happens during the update? So this is the one we have placed. And we go to the neighbors. Let's say we're on this neighbor. And its update function. Okay. Before that, we can check if it's attached or not, because it has two states. When it's like that, not producing signal, and when it's attached to the tripwire hook, then it produces signal. Those are different models that I have an ID for each of the different states. Where the IDs? Tripwire attached. And tripwire without the attached name, just the direction. Okay, so I'm checking the neighbor and it's not attached. And it checks its neighbors and it gets the tripwire hook. But when I reach the tripwire hook on this side, from the recursion, this, when I'm here, I wouldn't know for this tripwire hook. How to approach this question? Let's actually see. Right now, this is not attached. Look at how it's bit. Oh, I broke it. Oh, it's still there. What? And go like flap like this. It's bit above it. But when I place it, oh, we can look at F3. And here we have attached equals true. Oh, powered. If I step on it, powered equals true. Oh, only the one I'm over, powered equals true. So right now it's attached. East, north, south, south, and west. Okay, what if I do here? Now it's east, south, and west. This is for which mesh to use. That's not an issue. That's not our focus now. Disarmed. We don't need disarmed. Attached. Currently attached. And if I remove it, attached is false. Okay, what about this? Attached and where it's facing and if it's powered. I can call the update of this of when I place it, I can get the neighbors and I can call their update callback function. Fine, that's not an issue. The issue is inside the callback, I will have to get the neighbors again. And it's completely possible that here we are at this stage, this tripwire. And here we have to get the neighbors again. The problem is it will get this one as a neighbor. And we've already been here. If we go back here, this one will get its neighbors and it'll go back here and we'll get Stack Overflow of infinite recursion. With Redstone, when I implemented Redstone, that was solved by changing the state. Because when signal is traveling, here, for example, it's strength of 15, and here, when I'm getting the neighbors, and this dust gets this neighbor, it will see here the state, it's already 15, and it will not go here. So in a sense, I know which ones are visited and which are not. But here, I'm not changing any state. How are we with the time? 40 minutes. We haven't made any progress. Because as we are right now, we cannot even reach the tripwire hook. We cannot even reach the tripwire hook through the code. That's the issue. How to address this? So we get the neighbors. We call their update function callback. We're at here. We get the neighbors. We see that the neighbors are tripwire. And let's say we call update again. We call update here, but we call update here as well. We've already done that. We've already been here. How to have a recollection of which one we've... I cannot change this. Oh, I can. Actually, I can change the state. I can... here's what I can do. I can set it as attached, even though even though we do not know if it will be attached. Here's my idea. When we do the placement, on placement by default, we will set it as attached and go through the neighbors. And here we set it as attached and we check the neighbors. This neighbor is attached, we don't go there. This neighbor is not attached, we go here. Perfect. We set this one as attached and we reach tripwire hook and we set the tripwire hook as attached as well. And here, this is just this part of the recursion. This has the right, this is calling for the right neighbor as well. And the right neighbor has nothing. Actually, we can improve it even more because here, look at how they are Here they are storing the directions, east, north, etc. And here, look at how east is true. And this is, here you can see facing east, facing east. So here it's saying on the east side, it knows there is a tripwire. And on the west, it knows there isn't a tripwire. What we can do is this idea that I gave for when it's attached and not before going through the neighbors, we can see that actually even before all of that, I think it would be best to fix this, to implement this functionality where it updates how it looks, because this is needed for the actual functionality. We cannot skip it. So here in my game, when I place them, look at how they're always in one direction. That's what we will try to implement in the 35 minutes. This is the goal. And I'm perfectly okay with that. Now let's see what models we're working with. We will need to download Blockbench so we can see the models of the tripwire. Because the tripwire has different models it uses. Each model has its unique name. And Blockbench, run Blockbench, it has a plugin. Where can I add plugins? Yeah, plugins. It has one for Minecraft where I can look at the Minecraft mod. This solid and Asset Browser. I think this is what it was. So let's go to Tools, Asset Browser, and let's. It needs my location for Minecraft. This. Models block Tripwire. This is all the models for Tripwires. This is attached. We don't need attached. Tripwire N, this should be north, NE northeast, north south, north southeast, and north southeast. Imported texture is inside the textures folder of a resource. I need to find the resource pack. Let me look. Does it work? Okay, I hit cancel. I gave up finding resource pack, but it actually worked. Okay. This is the model. We have this model in game already. This is the model for all the directions. Let's see the other versions. These are all the other versions. Okay, these are the other versions. North. Okay, here is this N. This is the north side. The file is called Tripwire lower dash N, so north. This is what we're working with. This is northeast, north south, north southeast, and all the directions. So we can implement this part where we have east, north, south, west. This is what we will implement first before changing the visuals. How can we implement that? We can do it on placement. Do it on placement. On placement, we can check the neighbors. Okay. Let's create. Where is Tripwire? We can create Boolean north. The booleans south, east, west, and we need to actually initiate north, south, south, east, and now inside the block factory we need to give these values. Here, here, and we need and the default how should it look like when placed by default? This is the north south. Yeah, by default we give it the north south. Actually, no, we don't even need to do it here. We can do it in the constructor because I'm giving the type. We can do a switch the ID, go through all of them. all the cases. It will not be attached. The ID that I need to set the booleans. The booleans can easily be like an integer with bitwise flux. But if this works out just as booleans, I don't mind to use just booleans. So here it should be like true, and the others false. Here it's north, east, and here it's NS, north, south. North, south, east. Only west is. And here everything is. The issue I see is here it's only north. Here it's north, northeast. Here it's north, south. This is not all the options. My problem is because hmm, mm, actually, I don't think we even need to give them values from the beginning. This one is north. This one, yeah. Look, this one is the like this is using this model north, but it's rotated. Look at how here it's facing the north, and here it's facing south. And because here on the right side it's empty. Here we have empty space. This is exactly this. But if we go and place it here, it's the same model. This time it's facing west. So just because we're using that model doesn't mean that north is true. So I need to remove. We don't need this. But there should be rotation, which I have functionality for rotations. That's not the issue. I can set a direction for the I can set rotations. That's not an issue. On placement, we definitely need to check the name. Yeah. On placement, we check the neighbors. I need to first set the correct mesh. So we still need to do this. Okay, we can rename it is neighbor Tripwire, and we will not call its callback. If we can, but I don't know which neighbor I'm checking. Okay, I can return it. Yeah, of boolean the bracket, and complaining never used. I'll use it. Here I'm checking north. This is what I'll do. South, east, west. Now, 20 minutes. Now when we place them, here it will see this neighbor is true and all the others are. Here, no matter where we place it, it's always the model that's Tripwire North. It's the same model. And here, it's actually, again, the same model. But this is for when we have only one. This is for when we have two. Yeah, when we have two sides that are true. It could be here. Yeah. Okay, we are reusing the same models. We just have to rotate them properly. Oh, it's even like flipping them. Yeah, we cannot get this with just a rotation. No, we can get it. So that's what it is. These models, this model is used when one of the neighbors is true. This is used when two of the neighbors are true, are tripwire. This is used when three of the neighbors are tripwire. It's just rotated. And this is used if all of them are tripwire. We are getting the neighbor types if they're tripwire. We have it. And we can do the check if all of them are true. How can we do the check if... Okay, we can do if like north and south and east and west. Then maybe else if... no. I think I think bitwise will be of help. Bitwise, how would bitwise be? No, even bitwise wouldn't be of help. Like if I'm not using booleans but one integer, even that wouldn't be of that much help. We have to check many conditionals. Seventeen. We're live, right? Probably. Have to check many conditional. How to that? Let's verbalize it. When placing, we're getting the neighbor, and the neighbor, and let's say like this is north. North is true. All of the others are false. And here, let's say east is true, and all of the others are. And here, south is true, and all of the others are. You know what? We can actually start with when all of them are true. We can start from there. And then we can check for this, then for this, then for this, then for this, because it's not that many checks. Then for this, then like that, then like that, then like that. And then about these ones. Yeah, we can just check for then for this, and we can check if all of them are false, and then we can do an else. Else it's like this mode, because this one will be the no, it's actually like the same amount of checks. Not that big of an issue. We are not saving that. Let's do the integer, because we can check for the whole integer. Yeah, let's do the integer. Int neighbors. And we can do this is for the north. So neighbors, how was it? True or false? This is bitwise. Let's demand down. If this is true, then we need to activate flag. This is like direction north. I had somewhere bitwise flags for each direction. Where is it? I can do a search. Where can I do a search? Find. Is there a find in direction? Where did I use it? I think for the redstone. For the state. When did I set on placement? Redstone. Okay, it's this. I'm not a fan of reusing the redstone one, but this is just enums with like flux or bitwise flux. So this is just zeros. So neighbors is 0. We're working with binary, so it's all zeros. So 0 or and then the number. If this is true. If okay, if and we'll repeat. And since we only have 10 minutes, I'll try to do only for one of the students, for all of them, if it has all of them, because it'll be faster. I don't need it. North, south, east. Now let's do the if checks. If neighbors equals, if it equals on having all of this, having the north, okay, if it has all of the sides, I need actually this is only for update ID. Need it here. Get ID. So here I'll update. Here I'll set the ID as Tripwire this type. I have updated the ID and this is on placement. That should be it. We need first get positions. Yeah, here. If ID equals Tripwire, if it equals, else we will use the we will use the default mesh. Let's test. Have 5 minutes. Maybe we can comment a bit more. So this is on placement. Now let's place it in the middle. It has all of them as true. Okay, it worked. Finally, we have all of them. And we have to do the same thing for when, like here. Here, it should be this state. So it's just a bunch of if else, if else. Where is it? It's in get ID. Here. Here. This is for all of them. Else if this will be a long one. Four minutes. I think we can do this part of having just the when one side is true. When only one side is true. Oh, um, actually, it's like that. When only one of the side is true, or we need 3 more times. So if it's only the north, only the south, only the what is it? East, only the west, and it will be the this north, and we need to use that ID. Else if the north, else north. It also needs a rotation, but let's see what it looks like without kind of rotation. Here, yeah, look at it. Look how here it's missing. It's the proper model. The problem is when I place it here, it's the proper model, but it's facing the north. It needs to be rotated, face where the neighbor is. That's the issue. So I need half rotation. and have one. Let's try to do it. On yet. Let me check this one. Okay, here. This is to rotate it. And how to set the station. Okay, let's. I won't have the time, sadly. I'm not satisfied with the progress, but it's the first stream. I'll get used to it. So thanks for watching. This is my Minecraft clone project after many hours. Let's see now. Now we are trying to implement the tripwire. Let me show first the tripwire. This is the goal. This is the tripwire hook, and this is the tripwire. You connect it like this with the string, and when you are on it, it activates the redstone around the tripwire hook. And here in my clone, I have the model. And I have the string. But the string is only like to the north. Yeah, it's. I'm like right now, our focus is to fix up the string how it looks like. And we have it working when like this, when it has all of the sides taken, and we have it working when only one of the sides is taken. This part is using the proper mesh. The issue is it's not rotated, and it needs to update this one. So we have it on placement, but it needs to update the neighbor as well. But we'll get to that. First, I need to figure out the rotation. So the goal right now is to be able to do like this, to place around the tripwire, or you can call it string, like what here it's called string. But in the actual models, oh, wait a second. Oh yeah, it updated. But in the actual model, it's for some reason it's called Tripwire. This is the goal, to have the mesh, working. Now I have to go inside the code. And we have about an hour, and I'll probably extend it with an additional hour. Now here we have the function that's called onPlacement. And onPlacement, we just set, we look at the neighbors if it's of type tripwire. And based on that, we update the block ID. But we need to update the rotation as well. And I update the rotation in get positions with this. And Let me set these ones to false. And let me actually get the code from the function. So when we create the mesh, I do the rotations. Here, let me just copy it, extract it. Like this. This will handle the rotations. We are getting the direction of the bottom and the north. I don't need the bottom direction. Okay, we're getting the where the block is facing. It's north direction. So let me open Blockbench to see the model of the tripwire. Yo, Lucas. Sorry, Lucas. I'll be focused on the project. I cannot interact with chat right now. Tripwire. Tripwire. Okay. So the model is looking at the north direction. This is the model north direction, and here is the north direction inside the code. And we want to set it up. So this is when we have two blocks. And notice how this block is this model. And the north direction, here the north direction is facing, it's facing right now the north. But if it's like this, now it's facing the east. Now it's facing the east. This is the rotation I'm talking about. But how to determine in this situation, it's using this mesh when it only has one neighbor that is tripwire. So its north direction should face where the tripwire is. And that's a problem because that will be a lot of if-else conditionals to make the code ugly. Okay, we want it to rotate on the yaw axis. I'll set it as true. And now let me bring up the code. Yeah, this function. Here I'll set it as true. Okay, I've set the block to be able to rotate. And this function just takes the direction, the north direction the block is looking at, and it rotates it appropriately. Now I have to set the proper north direction inside when we place it. So inside of here, I need to do the if-else checks. It should be this check. Where is the on placement? Here. Okay. We've updated the ID. We need to set where the north direction is facing. Let's actually just get the block data. Let's get the block data. And inside the block data is the north direction. We have to set it. Let's do it with an annoying if else. Okay, if only the north neighbor is Tripwire, the direction will be north direction will be direction north. No change will be there. If only the south neighbor, then it should be facing toward the south. Here towards the east, here towards the west. And that should be about it, actually. Tripwire. Now, when we place it here, it's rotated towards the proper direction. What about we place it here? Again, it's toward the proper direction, and here is the proper, and here is the proper direction. Now we need to do the same, but for its neighbor. We need to update the neighbor as well. Where on placement, no, on placement automatically calls on update for the neighbors. That's set out in the code. I need to repeat this, and I just need to repeat all of this. And now let's try again. This should update the neighbor as well. Now we place it, and here it updated the neighbor. Here it doesn't update the neighbor because we haven't covered the case when it has two neighbors, only when they're one neighbor. But we're getting quite close to at least implementing the mesh. Yeah, it's perfect. So let's next cover. We can actually, yeah, when it's this case, we've covered it as well automatically. So now let's cover this case when we have two neighbors, but the two neighbors is different. If it's this, it's the mesh should be, let's find it actually. It's a different one. It's which is it? Tripwire, northeast, north south. I think northeast. Yeah, this is the model we need to use when it's like this, or when it's like this, or when it's like this. Let's first set it to use the proper model. We can just go for when we update the ID. So we cover it when all of the neighbors are tripwire, or when each one of the neighbors is tripwire. Else if. Now we need it to check if two of the neighbors is tripwire. So if we have north and north and east, north or east, let's make it on a new line. or, and here it will be north or west. And then the same, but for the south. South. And here we will use the tripwire northeast, right? Probably. Now let's see. It's not doing it. Why? Hmm. Let's see what the issue is. Here we check if it has all of the flags for each of the 4 sites, for each of the 4 neighbors. What is complaining here is always false. Oh, we don't need this part. And we need brackets. Yeah, my bad. We need the brackets, and now it should probably work. And we need to figure out the directions. It's not working. Maybe north and east. North. I doubt it, but we could move it to check way earlier for this. Before the individual ones. No, that's not the issue. So we're checking if the neighbor's bits, if it's the north combined with the east, and only that. The others should be false. Or if it's the north and the west, or south and east, and south and west. Okay, we can... Oh, northeast. Maybe that's the issue. No, it's northeast. We have to put a debug. Yeah, let's activate it in debug mode. And let me check. Yeah, we're looking towards the north. Yeah, right now I'm looking towards the north. And let's see here. We put them like this. So we have the north and we have the east. This is the east. Let me put a debug point here. And let's place it. The neighbors is 10. Neighbors is 10, so binary to decimal. It's actually the other way around. Decimal to binary. We have these flags. Which one is it? So it's the north and the east. So it's the proper ones. Let's see where we go. Yeah. It changed the ID. Oh, we're not using the model. When we are creating the model, here we are checking for all the directions, for if it's just the north, and else we do this. We need another else if it's northeast, to use the northeast model. Yeah, that will finally work. That will finally work. Yeah, now it's using the northeast. And this one by chance is the works perfect. But if we do it like this, look at how it thinks it's there. We need to rotate it. So when it's, how should we do it? We need to check for states once more. Those if else. We need to do it once more. Let's say here. Oh no. So northeast, we can ignore it. And for all the other ones, we have to set up rotation. We have to set a rotation. Just like we did here. We need to say where the north direction will be looking towards. Let's see now. So this is the north. Yeah, so it's like that. North, east. So if it's northwest, where should the north face? It should face not the no it should face like here, like that. So it should face here is north, this is east, west. It should face west. Yeah, like this, west. So now for the south. Let's try south. And here south again, but let's be precise now. If it's like this, the south, so it's southwest. So when it's facing the south, it works with the southwest. Southwest. Okay, for southwest, we can just set the direction to south. But for southeast, it can be like this, so it should face east. East. And we need to do the same for the update callback. And we can do the private void update visuals. We can do it in a function. So that we don't have to repeat ourselves. And we should be covered. We should be covered. I hope so. Okay, this is the default. And now, why didn't it work? Oh no. What about like this? Okay, it works like that. And like that it works. Which direction is this? The east. So when the east, and here which direction it is? The north. Northeast. Oh, I'm not updating it. No. I need to explicitly say what happens there. North, east will be north. The direction north was the default, but once it changes to the other directions and I go back, the default is different now. Here we're missing blocks because we switched. Since this is a big project, it had an old rendering system, and I recently switched to a new rendering system, and I haven't updated the stone block model to be integrated with the new rendering system. Not the comparator. Okay, this works, and this state works, and this state works, and this state works. And when we have 4, it works, and when we have just one neighbor, it works as well. Now we need when it's like this, 2 neighbors. When it's like that, and it's just 2 states. Which models do we use? Asset browser. Me north south. Yeah, north south. Yeah, this is the one. So when we update the ID, we do, let's copy this and let's paste it like that. So when it's north south, or when it's east west, we do north south ID. And let's copy this. Let's copy it and paste it here. We need check here. For each of these, we need to set a direction to face. For north-south, it will be north. And for the other, it will be I think it doesn't matter. We can put west or east. It will probably be the same result. And for the ID, we need south, north, south, we need this. And 30 minutes have passed. Now, yeah, it's using the proper one. And on this side is using the proper one. Now we need when it's just 3. When we have just 3 neighbors. When it's just 3 neighbors, it could be like this. It could be like that. It could be like that. It could be like that. So 4 options. Yeah, 4 options. So for the ID, where is it? It's 4 options. Let's do west, north, east. Four options. This should be, which one is the model? Asset browser, north, south, east. Okay, it should be north, south, east. North, south, east. And then, okay, so north, south, east. Then this is the north, southeast, and then like this is easier to see. North, southeast. And now it should be east, southwest. East, south, west. Then it should be southwest, north, south, west, north, and then it should be west, northeast. West, northeast, yeah. And once again, we need to copy this. And here for every possibility, do an else if. I'm missing brackets here and here, and yeah. And now for what direction it should face. Now for north, southeast. For north, south, east. It's facing north. North. Then it's facing east, then it's facing south, then it's facing west. Do we give them proper mesh? Here, north, south, east, north, south, east. And finally, this should be it for the mesh, for the update of the mesh. And here we have it. Like this, like that, like this, like that. Yeah. Finally, finally, we have it working. Just like in Minecraft. Look, man, look, 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 look. Yo! Evas. Eva. Nej, não crê. Yo! I'm curious. Will this activate if it's in Minecraft? Let me screenshot it. Save. Yeah, in pictures. Let's recreate it in Minecraft. Yeah, let's recreate it. Now, like this. Like this. Come on, work with me. Like this. Like that. And probably like that. And it needs support. Okay, for now it's not attaching. But let's see what happens if we attach it here. Let's see now. It didn't work. Yo, interesting. But if we, for example, go like this, a straight line, and yeah, this is a straight line. It attached. Okay, so we need a straight line. And it's giving out signal. But these ones are not. And is there a difference in when the mesh is attached? Because this is the file for Tripwire without the attached convention in the naming. Let's look at when it has attached. Where is it? Tripwire attached. Yeah, let's see. Is there a difference? I think it's more in the air. Let's check here. Okay, first let's see if there is actually a difference. Let me find the actual models. Yeah, I can find them in dev. Resources, models, Tripwire, attached N, and Tripwire N. Is there a difference? How can I remove this? Okay. Actually, I think not. Oh, in the UV, I think. In the UV. Let's see now. Oh, it's in the UV. Look at it. It's using this part, and here it's using a bit lower. Interesting. But the actual model, it looks the same. Yeah, it's the same. Only difference in the UV coordinates. Okay, so here we should notice it. No, we can just look at F3 because here we can see if it's attached. Now it's true. And this is not attached. This is not attached. Yeah, all of these are not attached. All of these are not attached. Okay. Because that's the only part left we have to solve. When it should be attached and when not. That's the only part we're missing. And what time we are? 20 minutes. Me. Let me think about it. So here it shouldn't be attached because if we go from here in a straight line, here we're missing neighbors and we end here. How should this? Oh, it should be when we also place this, right? And it should be, the check should happen also when we place the string. So here on placement, it should start the check from here to here, but we can simplify it. We can do an easy W by just focusing from this thing. From here, it will be easier, like when we place this, immediately to start checking like this, if we have string, or like tripwire. If the tripwire ends, it's not attached. Or if it continues, but here we don't have a tripwire hook, like we don't attach. But if we have a tripwire hook, then all of this should be in attached state, which should change the mesh and the ID. Me have to think about it. I have to think about it. Let me actually do a commit. What's the issue? Oh. Problems with Git. Sorry. Tripwire mesh done. Will it work? Oh, but I need to. Oh, do I have Git? Come on. Yeah, I have Git. But I need to set. the global options. Okay, I'll set up Git in a while. Now for Git, I really want to create a commit. Let's paste this. Tripwire mesh. Yeah, I need to set name. And an email. Let me set it up here. Tripwire mesh. Okay, that's enough. Now, yeah, perfect. We can. What should be the next step? When we place the tripwire hook to do the check, and how should the check look like? So we can get the neighbors, that's easy, and we can see the wait a second, where is the north of the model? Tripwire hook. Okay, the north is like that. Yeah. Okay, we can check the north direction of the model. We can check the north direction, and we can check the type if in front of the tripwire hook is not tripwire, to do nothing. But if it's tripwire, you should move forward. And inside the tripwire, it already knows. Let me think about it. We can change it to be attached, and we know which direction is this. It's the east. So it knows the east neighbor is of type tripwire already. We can already from here we can change this to be attached. It will go to here. It will change its neighbor to attached, and then its neighbor to attached, its neighbor to attached, and we set this as attached as well. And everything works correctly. Okay, but if we don't have anything here, it reached here, and the neighbor is empty. It's not tripwire or tripwire hook, and this one is attached. So it needs to update since its neighbor is invalid to become detached, and to update its neighbors to be detached, 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 detached. That should be the logic. That will be the logic. Yeah. It should be hopefully easy, or at least simple. Why is this like that? As if there is a change. Let's go to the tripwire hook on placement. What is down? It should be is powered. Rename is powered. Next. Okay, when we on placement, let's within the neighbors. We need the neighbors. We need one neighbor actually. First, let's see. Let's get the block data. Let's get the block data and let's we need direction north. We need to see where it's facing, and we need the ID. We need the neighbor position. We will get it by go towards direction, and we'll use the north direction. Now, if neighbor position get block instance of tripwire, if it's tripwire, that's when we can change it to is attached. Is attached equals true, and let's update the ID. I think this can be enough for us to try it out. But let me see when we update the mesh. Yeah, we're using the models. That's fine. So now on placement, yeah, on placement, look at it how it's not attached. Now we have Tripwire. Let's change it and look at it. Now it's attached. It shouldn't be because we don't have here this part. It shouldn't be, but temporarily it will be attached, and it will continue, and it will set this one as attached as well. Only problem is here it's using the model where it's only looking at this neighbor. Should it consider the tripwire hook as a neighbor? Let's check with Minecraft. Look at here right now. It's using the same model as in my game, but if we have the tripwire, can we? It updates too fast. Let's see now. Let's just set it to attached. Most likely we'll have to update it to take in consideration tripwire hooks. Actually, we can do it right now. We have to consider tripwire hooks when updating the tripwire mesh. Where do we set the neighbors? So here, if it's instance of tripwire or block instance of tripwire hook, and this should solve the issue. Here, look how it's a bit closer. And now, when we put it this, look at how the attached state actually connects. Now we have to update these ones to be attached state as well. We need to update them to be attached state. How should I approach that? So here we can set, yeah, the neighbor is tripwire, and we set our block as attached, and we have to set the neighbor position, get block data. I need to change the neighbor. Now this is the problem. I need to change the tripwire, the neighbor, to be attached. But it doesn't have, like, in its block data, it doesn't have a boolean is attached. The value is stored in the ID itself. Look at how we have. I only work with the ID. I need to convert it from this to this. But how? Let's do it the naive way. Let's get the block data. And let's do a switch. And I think we even have it in code when we get the ID. So for each of these, we'll set it to be the attached state. But I actually need to do it. ID equals like that. That's what needs to happen. It's not the cleanest solution, but it's a solution. All right. Neighbor data ID. And that's it. We need, it's on, okay, this is the first hour. Let's start another one. That would be the, probably the maximum. And maybe 30 more minutes if that isn't enough as well. Now, hopefully this is enough. Let's set it here, like that. Look at how it's more white, brighter. And now, what's the issue? I'm not sure if it's actually working. Oh, I get it. Inside the tripwire, when we set the mesh, we don't cover that case. Come on. I need another if is attached. Else. Oh, come on. Else. So this should be models. Yeah. Attached. And we remove this condition. Now, here it should be just N. Here, northeast. And here, north-south. And here, north-southeast. Now, let's test it. Here, finally it worked. But it's ignoring this neighbor. This here should be connected. This pot right there. It should be connected. What if I do it like that? No. Yeah, it should be connected. Where do we... Yeah, here where we update the visuals. If Let's see the neighbor type. We get neighbor position. We get the block. Yes. What's the issue? The issue is I don't get what's the issue. We can slow it down, like more slowly what's happening. So look at how here it's in the Tripwire North. It has one neighbor. And when we place this, it should update to a state where it's two neighbors. Oh, we can, let's run it in debug mode. And we'll create a breakpoint inside the code. We'll create a breakpoint. I want to see if something in particular executes. Where should I put the breakpoint? So we're inside Tripwire hook on placement here, on placement. And here for the neighbor, we update its ID. We update the neighbor ID, and I suppose it calls its own update callback. Let's see if that happens actually. Yeah, we get on update callback. North is false, south is false, east is true, and west is true. Perfect. And we update the ID. Neither of these cases worked for some reason. It's still the Tripwire and Tripwire North. It should be northeast. So neighbors is 24. Why is neighbors 24? It's so the first three are false. The first three. So east and west. Yeah. East and west are true. East and west. So it's which one is it? It's don't I have flags for that? It should be north-south. I don't have a north-south for the IDs. How did it work before? Yeah, north-south. I need a north-south. What? What about here? This is for the three states. Did we lose code? What? Northeast, northwest, south. North, south, east, west, yeah. This is for the rotation, sure. North, south, this is for the updating the mesh, sure. But here for updating the ID, we have for all of the sites, we have for northeast, we have just for north and north southeast. We don't have. Then how did it work? Yeah, let's try that. How did it work? Updating the mesh. How did that work? I'm confused. I'm confused for this case when we have two neighbors on each side. Yeah, it works. And when we have like this, it works. But how? Because we wait, I'm doing it here for some reason. Should do it here. Let's try again. That was weird. Now it should work. Yeah, like that it works. Yeah, here it works okay. We haven't lost that functionality. But now here. Yeah, okay. Perfect. Look at how now, finally, this block is attached. Now, this block should set this block as attached. Or if we don't have a block here, this to be not attached and this to be not attached, to go back. That's the idea. But we have one issue. Which neighbor? Because which neighbor should it be? Because here obviously it's like this neighbor. Like we check for this block every neighbor and the one that's Tripwire to set it as attached. Sure, fine. But if it's this neighbor, like if we have two neighbors, it should continue in this direction. And this block is the code it uses is isolated. It doesn't know that we're going in this direction because we're in a recursion. So it will go to this direction as well. But even if it finds even if it finds this, it shouldn't attach. That's our problem. And what can we do about it? Or we can keep it simple. Let's just assume like we're going in the right direction. We can move on. So now, okay, we've set the neighbor. The neighbor is Tripwire, fine. We set this block as attached and we set this block as attached. And this block gets the function on update callback. Let's go there. We can create a commit. Fine. So inside the Tripwire, in the on update, we just update the visuals. But we need after that, we need to set as attached the next neighbor. But which neighbor? Okay, it's actually simple. If the model is this, we fail. If the model is this, or this, or yeah, we fail. Only if it's this model, we continue. Oh, no, 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 no. That's a mistake. That's a mistake. Because even if it's like this, we can still continue, just not towards this direction. We will continue to this straight line. Or if it's there was one more model, on every direction, this one. And this one will be harder to guess the direction. What now? How should we do it? We can keep it simple. Only if it's this model, the north-south model. So we can check if ID equals to the tripwire north-south. Only then. Only then. Else, it should be detached. Is attached equals false. But here we should set the neighbor as attached. But so we need to get the block data. And we need, because we need the direction the tripwire is facing. North direction. And we need the opposite direction. Which is the north direction, get opposite. And for both of these, we should set them as attached. The issue is, here I'll get the tripwire, sure. And here I'll get the tripwire hook. Damn it. Because I said, okay, if it's the tripwire, it's simple. We repeat the same as we did here. We check which of these it is. Oh, okay. I figured it out. We can do a helper function, private void I can just copy paste the code. I wanted to create a helper function so that I don't repeat myself, but we can do it later because right now doing a helper function will mess up things. So for the north direction, we need the data. Block data north neighbor data, which should be from our position go towards the north direction. And why is it complaining? Oh, get block data. Sure. And we need to do the same for the south. South neighbor. And here we do this. We set it to attached. And we set it to attach, but no, no. We can do it even simpler. I'm complicating things unnecessarily. Let me think about it. Let me comment this. Let's comment it out. And let's simplify. Let's remove this. Let's simplify. Okay. We've set this one. We've set this block as attached. Right now it's not attached. We set it as attached. Sure. And it's the proper model. North-south. And here I'm checking if we are the north-south model. Everything is fine. Next. We need to get those two specific neighbors. Let's get those neighbors. We need to get those neighbors. And I needed to get that. I need the block data, north direction, south direction. Sure. Let's remove this. I need, let's ignore the south direction. We'll just focus on the, actually, let's focus just on the south. Because the north will be the tripwire hook. Let's ignore the north and focus on the south. So this is the south neighbor. It's just as direction, we need its position. South, how should we call it? South neighbor. It should be position data, go towards south direction. Fine. And we need the actual block class. We need the block class. South block, get block. This will automatically give me like, but I need it as tripwire. Can I do it like that? Tripwire. Yeah, it worked. No, actually, let's leave it like that. Let's leave it like that. Let's leave it like that. Because it can be tripwire hook, but let's let it break. Okay, we have the south block, and now we can like check is attached. Now it's a lot more simplified. if let's create a helper function. Private void set to attached, and we'll give it position details, neighbor position, and here we'll call set to attached. We'll do position details, go towards north direction, and then the same here towards the south. And I'll remove this, clean up here. This is the function. Now inside the function, now we need the block date, neighbor position, get block date, and let's get the block class as a block, like as the abstract block class, and let's not convert it. Now and let's change the name here, block, if block instance of Tripwire, and else if it's instance of Tripwire hook. And we can do here Tripwire Tripwire equals, let's convert it to Tripwire, and here Tripwire hook. Now this case we'll ignore it for now, but here if Tripwire, if it's not attached, we will actually do the same thing as before. We'll toggle it. We need, let's rename it. Yeah, I'll set the ID and let's call its update function, which was, what was it? Neighbor position update block. And here, actually we can, yeah, let's leave it like that. Oh man. Hopefully this works. And how much are we on the clock? 30 minutes. Now, yo, why is it? Oh, now look at it how on placement, yeah, it's setting to unattached the neighbors. No. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. Even from here as well. Let's, when we place the tripwire hook, we will set ourselves as attached. And we, um, yeah, we will set ourselves as attached. And that's it. We will not change the tripwire. And inside the tripwire, we will also not set the neighbor ID. Let's go even back on the update. On update, if we are this model, the north-south version, we we need to check if the neighbor is attached, and only then just update ourselves as attached. That's it. That's it. Um, hmm. Okay. We can. Mm, let's simplify. Let's get the position details, north position, and then here let's get the south position, and let's get the block, north position, get block, and here south block, get block. And if no, we let me fuck. Let me think about it. We can do it even before this. Like what we did before is when we place the hook, tripwire hook, and there was string. The tripwire hook to set the string as attached. But now, when we place the tripwire hook, we set just the hook as attached. And we call update on the tripwire block. And the tripwire block, if it detects that either of the neighbors is attached, to set itself as attached. Let me see. Let's get a grass block. Maybe it's better contrast. What's this grass block, man? It's even worse. Maybe like this. Actually, this will be worse. We need the black color. Is this attached? Oh, we can just do F3. Attached, false. Attached, true. Okay, it's not exactly like that. Tripwire is complicated. Shit. Why should it be so complicated? Let's do a boolean is neighbor attached. Block neighbor block, and let's do if boolean result false. Now only if neighbor block, oh come on, instance of Tripwire or neighbor, else if neighbor block instance of Tripwire hook, and here it's if the as Tripwire neighbor block is attached. Oh, what? Yeah. And here the same. But Tripwire hook. I need to know if the neighbor is attached. So if I'll need to update visuals again. Come on. If is attached, is neighbor attached, or is neighbor attached south block. If either is attached, we set ourselves as attached. And that's it. And is that it? Let's test it. Let's test it. Okay, now when we place the tripwire, everything is fine. And let's place this one. Fuck. It updates this to be attached. Oh, I need to call, yeah. When I place a block here, it automatically calls the update callback on the neighbor, but this neighbor doesn't get an on update callback. I need to do it, yeah, with that function, set to attached north position, and then the south. But this set, no, no. We can do it simpler, like this. Else if, like this. And again, it should be like, we should set ourselves as attached, and oh no, it should be like and oh, if I have to take them as I need to save them as, I need to cache them. Boolean is not attached. Man, this is so ugly code. Is south attached. South block. So here if south and else if like that. Like no, we can do if either of both is true, to set ourselves as attached. And here we check once again, but here in the situation where south is not attached, to update the south. And here we have to update the north, just so we don't have a Stack Overflow. North position. And let's try it. Let's place it. The tripwire. It didn't work. Why? Okay, it set it this as attached. Sure, fine. And one of the neighbors, yeah, we call update. We have to debug, sadly. Let's debug somewhere else here. And let's, when we place this, we should check here. My Minecraft. Now, I have to sneeze. Okay, I'm back. Now, we are calling the update, sure. Yeah, we're calling the update. This is true. And this is false. Perfect. Yeah. And we are calling the update. Oh, okay, okay. Now, for some reason, it's false. Oh, yeah. I'm calling the update too early. I haven't updated the ID. Sadly. And let's fix up the inventory so I don't have to open it every time. String and tripwire hook. Let's bound them first. And let's test it. Here is a tripwire. And perfect. Look at this. Now each block gets attached except for this, because this block is not the same mesh type as this one. This is type north south, and this is type north, because it doesn't have a neighbor here. But if I put a neighbor here, now all of it is attached. So let's do it separately. Yeah. Let's first place this, and let's place these ones. And look at this now. Look at this. Now if I place it here, bam, it set everything except of this. It gets an update callback. It gets an update. And I need to change its update callback. I need to change its update callback. For tripwire hook, on update callback, see it's empty. I need to I get its north direction. Neighbor. If the neighbor is tripwire, to set myself as attached. Man, this is getting so complicated. How should it be? Look at how it got attached automatically. Oh no. And there we have it. It's attached. All of it. Man, this was so complicated. And here, look at how on the sides, it's not attached. That's how it should be. But when we place the tripwire, automatically sets it as attached. We have to let's create a commit. Tripwire hook set tripwire as attached. What now? Now we need to make it actually work. So how would that look like? That would look like as now let's make it easier to see. Now when we place tripwire, look at by default, it shouldn't be attached, sure. But sometimes on placement, it is attached. And it sets this one as attached. What's the difference? Well, we can set it as attached every time, like we are doing in our game. And it will continue on setting as attached. Now, when we reach, for example, here, and we are not finding anything, we can set this as detached and go back the line. How? it should be the same logic as when we remove something. When we remove here, it detaches everything. It's the same logic. It's the same logic. So, but how to do it? It should be on update. Shit. My brain is getting fried right now, and we have 10 minutes. What would be the best course of action for the next stream? Because we will not be able to actually finish in 10 minutes. Okay, what should be my focus for the next 1 hour, whenever that is? My focus should be we can focus on removal. That should be the focus. Right now, it attaches automatically. I have no problem with that. It attaches automatically. Sure, fine. What I want is when I remove a block to detach. That's it. That's what I want. How should that work? How should that work? And the next phase should be detecting when we are on the tripwire. That should be it. Detecting when we're on the tripwire. So on removal, like when we break it, we're breaking it. It gets the on removal callback. That's what it's getting. So here in the tripwire, on removal callback, this is where we go. This is where we go. On removal callback. On removal callback. On removal callback. And so that's all we get. The function gets called. This function gets called when we remove it. And what needs to happen? Okay, it has been removed. We need it to go towards its neighbors. It knows the neighbors. To go towards the neighbors and to set them as detached and to update those neighbors. No. Actually, it will automatically call the update function for them. So it will automatically call it. So here, else is attached, false. And let's see it like that. Okay, now let's remove it. This one. and it said this, it's no longer attached, and this is no longer attached. And we need to call the update function on its neighbors. But on which neighbor? Oh, okay. Here it's depending. Okay. Um. How should we do it? It depends. It's complicated because it depends on the north direction the block is facing and which block type it is from the tripwires. Like, does it have one neighbor, three neighbors, or four neighbors? We can simplify. Else if ID equals this thing is attached false, and we need the direction north position details get block data north direction, and we need to update. We need to go towards that direction and call update. That's it. That should be enough. We're not trying to fully implement Tripwire. We wanted just enough. We need more room here. We wanted just enough. Shit. It crashed? Why did it? Stack Overflow. Oh no. We're repeating inside of a recursion infinitely. Why? Update visuals is neighbor tripwire. Update block. I think we can go around this issue without changing the code by just placing the tripwire. Okay. We have I would need to think about it. Yeah, we won't be able to solve it right now. I'll have to think about it. And in the next session, we'll have to continue. We're going inside an infinite recursion. And the solution will be to simplify a lot. And we can start by just... It's not even the tripwire hook, it's just the tripwire. If it's this, but it was just this type, it sets as false, and it was on placement. On placement calls the update on the neighbor. the neighbor calls update towards where it's facing. And that calls update towards where it's facing. Okay. If and is attached, this will fix it. This will fix it, I assume. Yeah. What about like this? Okay. And if we break a block, no, we need it longer. We need it longer. And like this. And now we break a block. It didn't call the onUpdate function. Okay, next session I'll fix it. Okay, now the tripwire. Tripwire. As of now, the tripwire gets attached. When we remove the tripwire, it detaches. Okay, fine. But I'm not sure, does it detach when it's a bit longer and it's not only the direct neighbors. Now here, when I remove it, it should detach this one as well. And see, it didn't detach it. That's what we need to fix, and it needs to detach the tripwire hooks as well. And let me, I was thinking of making it even longer to do another test, just to be sure. Like, even longer. Like this. And let's attach it. And now let's destroy in the middle. And see, it changes only the direct neighbors. We saw here how removing here the string only detaches its direct neighbors. We need to detach all of the others as well. That's our immediate goal. So we have on removal. We don't need to do... do we need to do anything on removal? Yeah, okay, we don't need to do anything on removal because it gets removed. We don't need to do anything on removal. But the neighbors get an update callback. They get inside this function, and they are not this mesh. They are this mesh. And they are attached. Okay. And they... Let me open the game. Okay, so when we remove it, we get for the direct neighbors, so this guy and this block, they get an update. So we go in this part of the if. Here they are this model and they are attached, sure. And now they are detached, exactly what we want. The issue is they are not updating their neighbors. This needs to continue on until we reach the tripwire hook. All of this needs to get detached. All of this needs to get detached. Okay, so we are going in towards the north direction of the block. And let's see the model of the mesh. Let's see the model of the mesh. Tripwire. Tripwire, and which model was it? This model. This is the north direction. This is the north direction. And where it's empty, that's the south direction of the model. So if we go inside the game, look at how here, this is the north direction, this is the south direction. So going towards the north direction should be the proper neighbor. It should be the proper neighbor. So we're getting the north direction and we're getting the position towards that north direction and we're calling update block. Oh, then we are for sure updating the neighboring block, but the neighboring block is of this type. This is the issue. It's of this type. And the issue is we don't have logic here for detachment. That's what we're missing. We don't have logic for detachment. Where should we put that logic? So we're getting the north neighbor and the south neighbor. We're getting them. And is north attached? Is south attached? And I'm just checking if they are attached. If they are attached. But I'm not checking if they are of type tripwire or tripwire hook. No, they are of tripwire hook. Yeah. I don't need to check the type. So this little guy, he's checking this neighbor and this neighbor. Now, this guy should be detached. The issue is, if I change his logic, then the attachment will not work. Because he doesn't know, are we trying to increase the attachment or are we trying to increase the detachment? This block doesn't have that information. That's the issue. Let me think about it. This guy gets this neighbor. This neighbor is detached. And this neighbor is attached. What should it do? One thing that comes to mind is it should check the type of the mesh. This mesh is not of the same type. Because this mesh is of this type, where here we're missing this little part, that means that its neighbor is empty. So it should most likely detach. But if is of this type, it should stay attached. Yeah, I think we should check the types. Here, the only thing I'm checking is the neighbor attached or not. That's the only thing I'm checking. So here I could say, here the only thing I'm looking is if either of the neighbors is attached, I should stay as attached. Oh, we can do some other thing. We can see the block current status. Here we are ignoring, are we currently attached or not? Okay. So this should be if we are attached. Let's do it like this. If is attached, else, and here, this is if we aren't attached. And now let's see what should happen in the opposite. If either of the neighbors is detached, we should be detached as well. And we should, yeah, we update the current ID. So the mesh changes, so the block changes its mesh. And then we check, so we are detaching. And here, if the north is attached, if only the north is attached, we need to update the north. And here we update the south. We have to inverse all of this. Now, hopefully this should propagate everything. Hopefully this should propagate everything. Let's put the tripwire. And let's put this here. Now, everything is attached. If we remove a block, it should detach all of the neighboring tripwires. Fuck. I have no idea what happened. So we removed this one, and the same thing happened as before. It detached the direct neighbors, and they for sure updating their neighbors. And this neighbor is currently attached. It's currently attached. Yeah, it's currently attached. And at least one of them is detached. At least one of its neighbors is detached. And it's exactly this neighbor. This neighbor is detached. So it should detach and update its ID for the mesh. And then it should update the neighbor that is attached. But it's not detaching. So we most likely need to debug. Let's do a debug build. And we need to create a breakpoint to confirm, just to confirm what's actually happening. Because right now we are assuming. Okay, now where should I put the breakpoint? Let's do it on update here. And let's break this. Now this should be one of the neighbors. This should be one of the neighbors. True. True. Both are attached. Okay, we are currently at a neighbor that is attached. We are at a neighbor that is attached. Do we have one like that? This should be removed. And it should call the update on its neighbors. It should call the update. We are at the update callback of either of these two neighbors, I'm assuming. And they are currently attached. The problem, the confusing part is, it's like, let's say we are currently at this neighbor. This is where we're at. And we're inside the onUpdate callback. So this block is getting its neighbors. This guy and this block. And it's checking if they are attached. Okay, this neighbor is attached, sure. But here it should be empty. So it should say it's not attached. But here inside the code, one of the neighbors is attached and the other neighbor is attached. That's the confusing part. We can do something else. we can do a breakpoint somewhere else when we remove blocks. When we remove a block, and I forgot where that was. Break block. Yeah, break block. When we break a block, update neighbors here. And now let's break a block. Okay. We're breaking the block. And to break the block, we're updating all of its neighbors. But before that, we called onRemoval callback. Yeah, we called the onRemoval, which is empty. OnRemoval for the block is empty, but we're updating all the neighbors. Sure. The up and down neighbors are air. Oh, before that, let's check before that. What are we doing with the block itself? Are we setting it to air? Yeah, we're setting the ID of the block data as air. Right? We're setting it as air. And we're calling the onRemoval callback. And then updating the neighbors. Then we're updating the neighbors. So let's go to the Tripwire. Let's go to the Tripwire. On update. We should get an on update 2 times. This is 1 time. This is a 2nd time. A 3rd time. 4th time. 4 updates. We got 4 updates. I assume this is the 1st, the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 4th update. I assume it's like that. Let's see which directions we are looking at. So this is the west. How are we with time? 40 minutes. This is the west. And this is the east. So this is the east, where sun is rising, and this is the west. And we have block coordinates. Okay, let's check. Let's check what is this block coordinate. It should be 9288. It should be 9288 with minuses. No, that's the rotation. That's the rotation. That's not coordinates, because we need there should be 3 coordinates, not 2. Okay, we'll go without coordinates. Let's put a breakpoint and let's break it. And this is false. Sure, this is false. Because the neighbors now are of this type, since we have broken the original one. We set ourselves as not a type. Oh, yeah, we immediately update the neighbor, but here we set it as detached without updating the current ID. Yeah, we need the update ID. We need to update the ID, which will change the block data. We need to update the ID. before we go to the neighbors. This should finally work. This should finally work. Now let's put the tripwire here. Let's do it like this. And now let's remove it. What I expect is all of these to get detached. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. All of these are detached. Now, this thing should get detached as well, the tripwire hook. And we will be very close to completing this feature. It should be easy, but let's do a commit. Tripwire detaches on removal. Let's update the script. I have this script that makes it a lot, like in one line, should create a commit. And what's the issue? Detaches did not match any known to Git. Git add, okay, git commit m. Let's change it like this. And now let's try again. Okay. Yeah, it worked. Finally. Now, let's continue with, we should update the tripwire hook as well. Now, this is directly calling the update of the neighbor. It doesn't care if the neighbor is tripwire or tripwire hook. For the tripwire hook, we have an onUpdate callback. OnUpdate, it's getting the north direction, which let's check the model. Tripwire hook. Here is the north direction. Look at the north direction. It's exactly the block. Here should be tripwire. It should be tripwire there. So we're getting the position of that neighbor. And if it's tripwire, we set it, our current block as attached, but it should be different. We should be getting whether the tripwire is attached or not. So we need neighbor. We need it as tripwire. Tripwire neighbor position get block. And we should set ourselves as depending on if the tripwire is attached. And we should do the same on placement. We can leave it like that. And let's test again. Look at how now it doesn't attach when placing it. And here now all of this attached. And now if we remove it, everything detached. Yo! Yo! Now let's on placement. Okay, on placement, it doesn't attach it. It's only when we have this on placement. Which is fine for us to continue on getting the signal when we are on it. That's our goal right now. That's our goal. Yeah, let's do a commit. So what happened? When tripwire is removed, it detaches tripwire hook as well. Now, our next goal, let's add like this. Our next goal is to get redstone signal. Our next goal is to get redstone signal. So when we're on it, let's compare with Minecraft. Let's put signal here where we're on it. Look at how it changes the mesh model. So not only it's attached, but it's powered as well. Let's look at the F3. Look at how we have here. It's powered. True. But we're off this tripwire. Now it's false, the powered field. I think I have callback on collision. I think I have that. Look at how we even have here is powered for the tripwire as well. We have is powered. And this is not powered. What? Only the tripwire that I'm stepping on is powered. Has that flag is powered. But the neighbors don't. Wait a minute. Yeah, the neighbor doesn't have it. And this neighbor doesn't have it. Only the tripwire hook is powered. Now the issue is that I give out the signal by using recursion. And when we had this when we had to create the functionality to attach, that was easy because the tripwire, we change its state to attached. And when I go towards the neighbor, since it's recursion, the only thing it sees is its direct neighbors. It can see that this neighbor is attached, so it will not go back. It has a direction to continue towards. If we didn't have that, it will go back, then it will go forth, then go back, and it will go in an infinite recursion. And that will get us Stack Overflow. But because here we have that now it's attached, but these lines, this is not attached. This has state that helps us. But for collision, when we are on the tripwire, we don't have such state. And we have to figure out how are we going to reach the tripwire hook. How are we going to reach the tripwire hook? How much time do we have? 30 minutes. How are we going to reach the tripwire hook? We could, like the problem I'm facing is that we cannot travel to it with these blocks. So what came to mind was to, instead of going to the neighboring tripwires, to directly somehow go to the tripwire hook to somehow save its position. Hmm. Mm, but how should that happen? I could put it like for each tripwire block, I could have in the block data, here is the location to the tripwire hook it's attached, so I can directly go towards it. The problem is that that block data format is shared with every block. We're storing the ID, we're storing the light, the current skylight, the redstone signal. Like I'm already storing there some redstone data. And if I add more data, that will increase the, I'm assuming, the RAM for the game. Don't show again. Don't show again. And currently, I don't know which one is my clone, but one of the Minecraft instances is taking a lot of RAM. So as of right now, we have this. Currently, it's detached, and if we and now it's attached, but it needs to get when I'm on it. That's the only thing I need right now for this to be complete. That's the only thing I require. And we have around 30 minutes to implement it. How should that happen? Okay, currently I'm on this block. This block has a callback for when I'm colliding. Where is it? It has, here it is, the tripwire. Okay, I can just go towards the block. It has on collision with entity. It has on collision with entity, sure. I can use that callback. Here I'm colliding with it. I've used it before for the pressure plates. Not the buttons. Yeah, for the pressure plate I've used it. Yeah. I have a function on collision with the player. This block gives out signal, sure. But here, the tripwire, on collision with the player, what should happen? I can go towards the neighbors, direct neighbors. Sure. You know what? You know what? I can go towards the neighbors and I can say for these neighbors as well to call the function on collision with player. And they will call their neighbors on collision with player, on collision with player. And they will reach here. The issue is, okay, here's the issue. The issue is it will call it for this one. And this one will call it for its neighbors. Sure, it will call it for the next one, but it will call it for us as well. And our block will call it for this guy. This guy will call it for us. We'll get in an infinite recursion. That's my issue right now. We'll get an infinite recursion. we have to somehow store where have we been. We have to store it. I can just create another block ID, which is this block ID attached is powered. That's the only thing I can think of. That's the only thing I can think of. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of. We need to create another block ID. And we can keep it simple just for, we can create it just for, let's open the mesh, Tripwire, just for this block ID, for Tripwire north-south attached. So where the ID is, for Tripwire attached north-south, let's create another ID, attached, powered. That's the only thing I could think of. And let's go to the block factory. Here we have to create a case, new Tripwire is attached, is Tripwire NS, north-south, but here it should be powered, and I have to implement that. Boolean is powered. Is powered false. And we need another constructor. Boolean is powered. Actually, we just can have one constructor. And here by default, false. Can we do it? Can we have a default value? I assume not. Is attached ID false. Fine. Next. Now we should use the callback on collision. Where is it? Where is it? Block. We need the on collision. What is it complaining? Never used. Doesn't matter. Now go back to the tripwire. Here we need to override it. And what is already defined? Okay, where is it? On collision with entity. On collision with entity, is there some kind of like delay? When we get off of it, that's when I think we have a slight delay. Let's not do it with the delay right now. Okay, on collision, what should we do? On collision, We need, let's do the similar as with the on update. But with slight changes. So if we are with this model, the north-south, we want what do we want? We need the neighbors. I'm getting the neighbors. I need to check if they are powered and if I'm currently attached. And is attached. If I'm currently attached, I need is the north neighbor powered and is the south name. Let me think about it. I just need to set myself as powered and call the and is not powered. I need to just set myself as powered. I need to update my ID and is powered to true. For the update of the ID, I also need to make changes. If is powered and ID is north-south, I need to return ID Tripwire attached powered. And is attached. Is always false. Let's do it in the beginning because we would have returned something way before. Yeah, here. Okay, let's go back to the on collision with entity. We set ourselves as powered. We update our ID. And we need to call down collision with entity for our neighbors. We don't need these guys. We need the position. So north position on collision with entity. We don't have an implementation for that. Where is, yeah, we need this. Block on collision with entity. And here we need entity. Entity alt import. On collision with entity. And now we can do on collision with entity for the north neighbor and for the south neighbor. I think this should be enough. I think this should be enough. will need on we will need to implement a callback when we are not colliding on collision exit, something like that. Now we are colliding and we're probably setting this as powered, but we don't have an indication. We need to change this model. We need let's go to the tripwire hook, and here on collision with entity we have it, but we need slight changes. Most likely it's being called. We need to set if is attached and is not powered, to set it as is powered, and to update the ID. And do we have an ID for that, for when we create the mesh? Is powered attached on? Okay, this should be enough. This should be enough. Let's add the tripwire. Yo. Do you notice? Compare it. Hey, I think it worked. The only problem is it doesn't get powered off. Look at them. Look at. Do you notice how this one is lowered and this one is more upright? This is more lowered. This is more upright. I think it worked. It needs to give out signal, and it needs to get like it needs its power removed. Focus on this. Look at how, and now it changed the mesh model. It needs to give out signal. Let's do a commit. Tripwire hook gets powered. Collision with entity. Actually, here, what happens? Can we? Yeah, even look at how here, if we collide with it, it does the same. No, it doesn't. No. I was just here colliding. Here, it's not like that. Okay, we have this state. We just need to give out signal, and when we go off it, it needs to stop giving out the signal. How should we do that, and how much time do we have? 10 minutes. We have 10 minutes for this last session. So for tripwire hook, we need how should we do it? We can do on placement callback, and on placement callback to be if is powered to give out position signal. And here, if is attached, if it's not attached, to do all of this logic. Get block bottom direction. We can skip this part. We only need to give out signal to the neighbors. That's it. Now, what I'm expecting is when I step on this tripwire hook should give out signal. And it gave signal. Finally. Now when we step off it, it needs to remove the signal. Tripwire hook gives out redstone signal. It should be on removal. Yeah, on removal, but we're not calling that because we don't have logic for that. We can create a timer. We can, for now, just create a timer for on removal. We can create a timer with like 10 ticks delay to set is powered to false. Yeah, let's test that. Let's test that. And now let's add the signal. And now when we collide, it should give out signal. And when we are not colliding, it should remove the signal. Yeah. Hey, what happened? No. What happened? It stopped working. It stopped giving out signal. What's the issue? On placement callback. If we currently have let me see here. So on collision, it's attached. How are we with time? 5 minutes. If it's attached and it's not powered, we set it as powered. We update its ID so that it can change the mesh. Oh, I think the problem is that it will change it to be not powered, sure, but the neighboring tripwire is still considered as powered. It needs to it needs that power removed. It needs that power removed because we are setting all of these ones as powered, and when we get out, this thing, the timer removes the power of the tripwire hook, but these ones still have power. And when I go back, they have power, so they don't update, and they don't update the tripwire hook. So it only works once. I could, when this loses power, I could propagate it to remove the power on all of these ones as well. The issue is that I could be still standing here. It should be on when we are not colliding with it. That's what we need. I'll remove this logic here. I'll remove this logic. This is on collision. We need on collision exit when we are no longer colliding. That's what we need. And how should that happen? Okay, where do I have the collision? Player. Where is the player? I have collision. Block I'm over with. I call the on collision. But I need to save the previous block I have been over. Yeah. I need to set it here. Block I'm over. And if the previous block origin is different than block I'm over block origin, we call the on collision with entity this. Sure. And for the previous, we call on collision exit with entity this. Yeah. On collision with entity, on collision exit with entity, on collision exit, on collision exit with entity. So now we need to repeat the same stuff, but let's check if this didn't break anything. Shit. Oh, no pointer. And the timer is over. Let's give ourselves like a few more minutes. A few more minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes should be enough. Few more minutes just to finish this. The issue here is the previous block I'm over is null. If is not null and but it will be always null. Shit. Oh no, here it will be not null. Yeah. Now let's try again. Just to see if we broke anything. Okay, it's working. It's working. Now we need, hopefully we're calling on collision exit. We need to implement it. Where is the block? Block. We need this for the tripwire. This is on collision. We need on collision exit. Let's copy the same logic. The boolean that I'm returning I'm not using, but I have it just in case if I want to react some way. So if it's this type, if it's attached and if it's powered, I need to set it as false. I need to update its ID, and then I need to call on collision exit for the neighbors. And I need, for the tripwire hook, I need to remove all of this. On collision exit. If it's powered, set it as false and call on removal callback. This should be enough. This should be enough. And now let's put the redstone. Now we're colliding. Now we're not. Yeah, it's working, but it's not removing the redstone signal. But it's changing the mesh. It's changing the mesh. Let's see the on removal callback for the tripwire hook. Oh, yeah. On removal, it should happen way before this. Because it's checking if it's powered. But we first remove its power, then we ask for on removal. We can even add a delay for this. We can add a delay for this. We can add a timer. For 10 game ticks. New game. And now we need space here. And now we can, yeah, look at it, and it even has the delay. How cool is that? Let's add these ones so it looks more appropriate. It shouldn't be floating like that. And the timer, the extra time is done. But yeah, we have Tripwire. Look at how awesome this is, man. Yo, we did it. Well, I did it, but we did it. We have Tripwire. Yo, yo. Man, we have Tripwire. Um, yeah, we have Tripwire. Yo, man. Finally. Finally, man. Finally. We have Tripwire.